All right, so we're gonna get started a little bit early tonight because, you know, this game is ridiculous. Okay, so last time it was, last time was a bit much. Last time I got really far and ended up falling. But, I did find an elevator that takes you, I guess, like halfway up. So that's gonna make things a little bit easier. But this game just like takes forever. Like it's literally like it will drive you insane because it only like gets harder the higher you go up, and there's no saving, there's no checkpoints. Like I don't understand. I really like don't understand how anybody thought this was like a good idea to make into a game. But I guess from what I've seen of other streamers, it makes good content. But why? Like, because people get mad? Like, why do people like watching that? Like, why do we like watching people get mad at a game? Like, I thought we wanted to see people be happy. That's why everybody's like, oh, especially on Twitch, everybody's like, oh, my goal is to create a good, positive community with chill vibes only, and there's no hate or anger allowed in this channel in my community, and you'll be banned immediately if you bring any sort of negativity or hate. But then we like to watch people rage? Like, I don't understand. I think the hardest part for me is trying to figure out where to go, and then if it's wrong, I have to start all over. Because sometimes it's not always clear where I'm supposed to go. And then if I don't see where to go and I'm like, all right, I'll just try something, and I fall, and then I have to start over. I mean, it's like literally just insanity. Like, so I put up a video earlier today. It was supposed to be a members only video. So if you haven't seen it yet and you're not a member, sorry, but you'll have to become a member. General admission or up only. But I accidentally set it to public only, which is really weird because I very distinctly remember setting it to members only, and then it uploaded as public. Hello, Rebecca. How was your day? Hey, Francisco. It was pretty good. How was yours? Just worked all day, worked out, watched some of The Mentalist, which is like it's an all right show. I mean, it's got 7 seasons, and I think I'm on the 5th season now. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not, it's not like one of the best shows I've ever seen. But for me to watch a show to 5 seasons is pretty good. Because most shows don't go more than 5 seasons without getting really bad. Like the more... Okay, so I love Supernatural. It's one of my favorite shows. It went for 15 seasons. And the more I watch other shows, the better I realize Supernatural actually was. Because they just kept things so like on track. Like, yeah, some seasons were better than others. Like, you're not gonna always have you're not always gonna have a home run in every season in 15 seasons. But all of them were still like not bad. Like, it was still it was like one of the best shows, I think, because they just kept everything very consistent. everything was on track. You know, all the characters stayed, you know, as their characters. They didn't go off the rails. Good, glad to hear it. I'll check out The Mentalist. Oh yeah, you might like it. It's got some pretty smart things in it. And if you don't know what it's about, it's like a crime show, but there's like so it takes place in California, and there's a CBI unit, which is the California Bureau of Investigations. They're like the FBI, but only for California, and it follows a CBI unit, and they use a consultant who is a mentalist. So he, like, people think he's a psychic, but he's just very good at observing things and people. It kind of like Psych. Have you ever seen Psych? Psych was the same concept. But Psych was a better show, I think. I don't know. Well, I don't know. They're just really different from each other. Like, Psych is a comedy. Mentalist is not really a comedy, although it does have funny moments. Hi, Levi. Hello, how are you? Thanks for coming in. True, I think the first episode of season 1 of Supernatural didn't seem as interesting as later seasons, but I only watched randomly. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I need to run for that. Yeah, I feel like the pilots of shows are always hard because you don't really know anything about the characters or the show. I feel like a really good example of a pilot was How I Met Your Mother. Like, that was a great pilot. Super funny, very interesting characters. But it does take a bit to, you know, build the world and the characters and get to know the characters and all that stuff. So I feel like it's hard to get hooked on a pilot. It's very hard. That's why How I Met Your Mother, they did it so well. But that show, beyond 5 seasons, so bad. And what I noticed is most shows cannot get beyond 5 seasons without getting really bad, really, really bad. I think even 5 seasons it's hard to do for a show. That's why the more I watch other shows, the better I think Supernatural was, because they went for 15 seasons and I loved that show the entire time. The whole time. Like, that's crazy. I think that's the only show. It might be the only show that I loved so much for. Well, I guess I've never watched any other show that went for 15 seasons. But let's say like 7+ seasons. I think it's the only show that I really like the whole time. I didn't think Smallville was good after 3 seasons. And it had 10 seasons. So I watched 7 seasons that I thought were bad. Vampire Diaries, I think it went on for about 3 I think after season 6, maybe, like starting season 7, it got really bad. How I Met Your Mother, probably after 5 seasons, got really bad. Friends, I think, I don't know, I don't remember because I watched Friends a long time ago, but I think Friends was good the whole way through. But I don't even remember how many episodes there were, or seasons. New Girl was good. Yeah, New Girl was, I don't remember how many seasons New Girl was. I don't know, I don't remember if it was good all the way through. know. I don't typically watch shows for like a ton of seasons if I don't really like it. Agreed. There's a great Australian show called Mr. In-Between. It only had 3 seasons. Every episode was a banger. Americans are begging for more. The main writer is also the main actor and he refuses. Oh, really? So kind of like Breaking Bad then, because Breaking Bad went for 5 seasons and that was it. Like absolute refusal of any more because, you know, the creator was like, that story is done. It came to an end. That's it. I mean, they had the movie with Jesse El Camino, which that was good also. But I mean, I think like everything has to have an end that makes sense. Like you can't make a show go forever unless it's got, you know, unless it's the kind of show where it doesn't need to have some long, it doesn't like have to have some kind of like character development or storyline to it. Like Seinfeld. Like Seinfeld, you don't have to watch those in order. They don't really have like a main storyline. But I mean, I would rather watch something that was really good quality and didn't go on for as long than a show that was like really good at first and then just kept getting renewed. And because this is what happens with a lot of shows, like they just keep getting renewed and they're like, oh, I don't know what to do now, and they just like write random stuff that doesn't make any sense. That's usually what happens with shows beyond 5 seasons, is that they like don't know what to do anymore. They're like, oh, we got renewed again. So How I Met Your Mother definitely had that problem. Because in the first couple seasons, they didn't know if they were going to get renewed. So they had like one option for who the mother was going to be, but then they ended up like it kept getting renewed. So they were like, okay, well, we're not going to have her be the mother. Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are great, but Mr. In-Between comes out the gate swinging. He has a flat character arc. Oh, really? Huh. Very interesting. How did you find out about a Australian show? Okay, that was weird. My headset made the beep that it does when it turns off, but I'm still hearing stuff. Okay, it looks like, I mean, it looks like the sound's coming through. I got a bad feeling about this. Me too. It's on Hulu. Okay, I'll have to check it out. All right, so for example, in How I Met Your Mother, so if you've never watched How I Met Your Mother, oh, those birds were not there before. If you never watched How I Met Your Mother, and I mean, this isn't a spoiler because it happens in the very first episode. So in the very first episode, they like that episode sets it up to make you think that another character, Robin, is the mother. But then at the end of the episode, the dad telling the story to his kids, because that's what the whole show is about, is a dad telling his 2 kids, oh, this is the story of How I Met Your Mother. So they make you think it's Robin at first, but then at the end of the first episode, like, they reveal it's not Robin. So, but the thing is that Robin becomes this like whole big storyline for Ted, the main character, the dad, telling this story to his kids. And so he like keeps trying to chase her and like wanting to date her and then saying like, oh, she's the love of my life and I can't date anybody else because she's the love of my life and I'm supposed to be with her. And then all his friends tell him, like, you know, like, bro, like, you holding on to her, like, this idea of her is what's keeping you from meeting your, like, real soulmate. Like, you just keep focusing on her and you gotta stop doing that. So then, like, every season they would make this huge deal out of Ted, like, letting go of Robin, and they'd make him have this whole, like, epiphany of, like, oh, I gotta let go of Robin so I can find my true love. And then the next season he's just back to chasing Robin again. I'm like, okay, so nothing happened. You know what I mean? Like, nothing happened. Like, because you made this whole huge deal about Ted getting over Robin, and then the next season we're just back to him chasing Robin. Like, so nothing happened. Like, you didn't go anywhere with that. Mr. In-Between is a hitman raising his daughter on somewhat friendly terms with his ex-wife. Huh. Very interesting concept. Kind of reminds me of the show Barry. You ever watch Barry? With Bill Hader? And it's about a hitman that wants to become an actor. And you know what? That show got such good reviews. I thought the first season was awesome. I loved that first season. But I didn't really like it after that. I just thought it got, like, really weird. I don't know why it got such high reviews. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of a critical person, I guess. So I don't really like a lot of stuff. Or at least, I mean, well, I do like a lot of stuff, but I'm more critical about it. Like, I don't think most stuff is as good as everybody else says it is. So his daughter has character development, but his ship has sailed. Huh. That does sound really interesting. I mean, for 3 seasons, I could give it a try. I do like that, you know, they stuck to their guns there and was like, this is 3 seasons and nothing else, no more. Because most shows will just take whatever they can get, right? Like, they'll just keep getting if they keep getting renewed, they're like, yeah, why not? Like, gives everybody working on the show a job. Like, why wouldn't they take it? Which I totally understand. But, you know, risks getting a bad show after that. How long did Phineas and Ferb run? I don't think it was that many seasons. Maybe like 4 or 5 seasons. Phineas and Ferb is legit one of the best shows I've ever seen. It is so smart. Like, and it's, I mean, it's not exactly a kid's show. Like, the creators of the show said that they didn't, I mean, it looks like it's for kids. And it kind of is, but at the same time, it's like not, you know? Because it is so smart. But the creators said they didn't make it necessarily just for kids. Like, they said they made it, like, for all ages. But it is, like, so smart. Like, some of the jokes, I'm like, yeah, kids wouldn't understand this joke. Which makes sense now that the creators said it's not necessarily just for kids. But I mean, it's not like dirty humor or anything like that. It's just stuff that kids wouldn't understand. You know, like, there's this one scene where Phineas was, like, making a speech about something, and he was like, well, I'm gonna get on my soapbox about this. And then he literally gets on a box that says soapbox written on it. And I thought, first of all, I thought that was hilarious. But then I also was like, I don't think kids are going to understand that. Like, I don't think kids will understand the phrase, like, getting on a soapbox. I've heard about that show, but Mr. In-Between is fully competent in his vocation. He isn't emo about it. I'm trying to lure Freddy to me. I have a surprise for him. What? 5 Nights at Freddy's Freddy? Okay, why are we screaming in my chat? Okay, what are we doing in my chat right now? Please don't make it weird. So in Barry, I mean, he's good at being a hitman too. But the show just gets really weird. Like the show just goes off into these like crazy storylines. And I didn't really, honestly, but everyone said it was one of the greatest shows ever made. Like on the level of like Breaking Bad. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, it got super weird. Oh, sorry, this is just giving me anxiety. Join the club. I love Phineas and Ferb. Oh my god, me too. I honestly think it's one of the best shows I've ever seen. Like, I think we shouldn't underestimate cartoons. Like, cartoons are legit. Like, that's why my favorite movie is Up. You know, like, because even though it's an animated movie, but has a very powerful message, people think I'm like an idiot or like very childish for having a favorite movie that's animated. So they either think I'm extremely childish or they think that I'm... Okay, let's just go around again. They either think I'm very childish or they think that I'm like a monster because they're like, what? That movie is so sad at the beginning. I'm like, yeah, but did you watch the rest of the movie? Because it's actually not sad at all, because it's about Carl's journey on letting go of his grief and, you know, finding that he can be happy no matter how old he gets, no matter what his situation is. Like, the lesson is that he can always find happiness. I watch Disney Plus on TV. Me too. I love Disney Plus. From what I've seen of Barry, he gets coerced into stuff, but Mike Shoesmith is fair to people who are fair to him, but if you try to coerce him, he won't work with you. Yeah, he does get coerced into stuff. Well, once he starts... Okay, so he, like, starts off as a hitman, right? And then he, finds this acting class, and the people are nice to him. And he finally feels like, you know, he can, like, make friends, because, like, he doesn't really have anybody. He's kind of a lonely guy. And so in this acting class, like, people are nice to him, and they, like, invite him to hang out and stuff, and he's like, oh, you know, like, I want to do this. I don't want to, like, be a hitman anymore. But then, of course, stuff happens where he does kind of get coerced into that life again, but he's, like... A lot of the show is about him trying to, like, get out of that life. Do you watch SpongeBob? Yes, I love SpongeBob. That's also one of my favorite shows. Although I haven't seen the newer SpongeBob episodes. I mean, I've seen a little bit of, like, newer SpongeBob, but I don't think it's as good. He's got a code of professional ethics. Ah. Well, that's always good. We should all have a code of professional ethics. I know I do. Hi, Rebecca. How's it going? Oh, you know. We're back to only up, so can only go so well, I guess. But other than that, it's going good. How are you? How did I jump on... How did I do this before? Well, let's do a running jump. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I couldn't do a running jump because it's like angled and downward. Okay. Okay. That's how you do it. You gotta get up behind there so you get the maximum height. Both shows are probably good, but I have a feeling you'll like Mr. In-Between better. He's like lawful evil. He used to be a soldier, so it raises moral questions. Ah. Well, you know, I love my moral questions. Hey, glad to see you still streaming. Naosuke Art. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I am glad to see I'm still streaming too. Been a tough road. Streaming is a lot tougher than people think it is. Or, I mean, well, okay, so, well, I don't know. It's a complicated subject. I mean, the act of streaming is fun. Like, just sitting here, you know, talking to people, playing games. Of course, that part is fun. But you also deal with a lot of harassment and people, you know, saying stuff to you that they shouldn't be saying. I think it's, you know, it's dealing with the content outside of streaming is the really hard part, because you have to try and think of content that people want to watch outside of your streaming. And then you got to edit it, and then, you know, you have no idea if it's going to do well. Well, I don't edit my podcast, but I mean, it's not really supposed to be edited. It's a podcast. Oh, Hunter, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate that. I guess Barry was also a soldier. He was, yeah. I guess there are moral questions in Barry, but it's just the storylines also got, like, super weird. That is a different statue than last time. How far is too far? Right. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, like, how far can you let people get with their comments and stuff, right? Like, that's one of the really hard parts about streaming, is that you have to draw a line. But like, when you're new and you don't have an audience, you always want everybody that you can get in your stream, right? Because like you'll have 0 people watching. And then you might have like a few people come in, and then, you know, maybe one of those people is like extremely toxic and hateful, but you're still kind of hesitant to ban them or tell them to stop because you're new. Like, you need people. And then another really hard part is there's so many misconceptions about streaming that people will still tell me, like, to this day, all these like things about streaming. Or I see all this stuff on Twitter that is just simply not true. Like, you know, like, I don't like the lack of transparency in streamers. Like, I don't like that streamers present streaming as this thing that's like, oh my god, it's so much fun, and I don't really do any work. Like, I just go live and play games, and people just come in and give me money. And my life is so wonderful, and my community is so wonderful, and I just live off of my community's kindness. And that's just not a reality, but that's what people like to hear. So people keep saying it. I'm watching you on my TV and phone so I can chat to you. I love your videos and streams. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for watching on your TV and your phone. I watch new Popeyes. Wait, Popeyes? What's Popeyes? Is that like a show? Or like, are we talking about like the fast food place? Do you go on Halloween night? Like trick-or-treating? No, I don't do that. Not anymore. A little too old for that. Rebecca, you're a saint. You give everyone in chat the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. I mean, I try to because, you know, it's very hard on the internet, especially because you can't really read tone in a text always. And I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt because people don't always realize when they're being mean or rude, or sometimes if they're new to streaming, they don't always understand what's considered rude. So like if a new streamer came in here and started trying to promote their own stream, or I don't know how many people in here would know, maybe. But so if you didn't know, that's something that's considered very rude in another stream, is to come in and start talking about your own stream. Unless you're friends with the person, or unless they ask you directly. But even then, that still makes me uncomfortable. Even with my friends, even with like my good friends that have been on my podcast multiple times, even them, like I will go in their stream and they'll like start asking me about my stream. And I'll be like, no, I don't want to self-promote. And they're like, Rebecca, are you serious? Like, we're friends. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't like it. Hunter, did you subscribe twice? Do you have 2 accounts? But yeah, I like to give people like a chance because they won't always know when they're being, you know, rude or mean. And then you know, other times maybe they've got a communication disorder. Maybe they're on the spectrum, you know, and they can't read social cues, and they just don't know, you know, how to interact with people socially in an appropriate way that's socially accepted. Rebecca, I understand what you said. Thank you, I appreciate that. His movie, he's a sailor man. Oh, like Popeye's the cartoon? Oh, okay. Yeah, Popeye's the guy that eats spinach with olive oil? I don't know that I've ever actually watched a Popeye's cartoon. That reminds me, though, I went to this place for my manager's birthday. Not my manager at work, my manager at my modeling agency. Well, that is work, I guess, but different manager. And they had this giant silver statue of Popeye. I love your videos. Oh, thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that. Would always subscribe to you. Oh, thank you. Yes, okay. Well, I appreciate the subscriptions. I wasn't sure what to say there. At first, I was like, subscribers, subscribing, subscriptions. Thank you for the subscriptions. I appreciate it. Okay, so that statue in the background of that girl with the cat ears, that was not the same statue that I had last time. It was a statue of Atlas holding up the world. And I landed on top of the world. So that's really weird. I didn't know that these obstacles could change, because everything else has been the same. But that, okay, see that lollipop, so that lollipop hasn't changed, but it's a different color than last time. So I thought that I would get to the top in this game, like before my vacation, which is going to be, I'm going to start my vacation next Friday, the 15th. But I don't, considering how hard this game is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. So I start my vacation September 15th, and then I'll be gone for a week. But I probably won't stream right when I get back. Need to get back into work and stuff. How far did you go the last time? I made it to that area with all the Asian temples and stuff. I had all the, like, the Asian temples and decor and lucky cats and stuff like that. I don't eat spinach, it's kind of gross. Really? I love spinach. It's so good for you. I understand, though. We all have our different preferences. I don't really like salmon, even though it's so good for you. Well, I don't really like cooked salmon. I like raw salmon, like, you know, the kind of salmon you get with sushi, or smoked salmon. I love smoked salmon, but I don't really like cooked salmon. But I know it's really good for you, but I would just rather eat like the sushi raw salmon or the smoked salmon. I mean, fish in general is really good for you. I do like white fish a lot. And I also like sardines and anchovies. I mean, at least we made it to this part without like really any trouble. Like, I just know where to go now at this part, or getting to this part. Like, before I didn't even know where I was supposed to be going. My birthday is on September 9th, so it's in 2 days. Oh, nice. Happy early birthday. What are you doing for your birthday? I don't even know how many. I have like a whole bunch of people in my family that have September birthdays. Like, one of them just passed, No, two of them just passed. Thank you. Going to a jump place? A jump place? What's a jump place? Oh, is it like one of those, like, trampoline places? Okay, I don't know how I just went back down. I think I... Okay, there we go. Yeah, what does it mean? Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. That sounds fun. Well, I hope you have fun. So a jump place is like it's like a little indoor gym, I guess you could say, with a bunch of trampolines. I'm going with my friends. Nice, that sounds really fun. What? Okay, that definitely fell before I jumped on it. Like, I think that the game is not taking the slow-mo into consideration because they're falling before I even land on them. Like, how can that be? You do that, I'm not saying anything? Huh? Same Hunter as always. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. All right, so this game is causing me a lot of stress and anger, but in the words of Galaxy Quest, never give up, never surrender. If you haven't seen Galaxy Quest, that is a great movie. Okay, so maybe we'll try it without the slow-mo. I mean, that's just not fair that it will register you landing on it before you actually land on it. Ugh. I don't think I can do that with this without slow-mo. Never gonna tell lie up, I remember song. Never gonna give you up. Never back down, you're amazing. Never back down. Never give up, exactly. I love Galaxy Quest, but it's been a while since I've seen it. Me too. It's such a good movie though, like such a good movie. See, why is it it's falling before I land on it? Really? Oh my god. Wow, okay. Cool. Yeah, yet another thing wrong with the game. Because that thing shouldn't be, those ice blocks shouldn't be falling before you land on them. There are a few platforms that don't fall. Try to go a little fast. Yeah, I guess that's my only choice. You need to go fast. No, I know. I didn't fall too far though. Okay, yeah, I don't know if I can do that though. But I think that's a problem with the game though. If they're going to fall before I even land on it, like they don't take the slow-mo into consideration, that's a problem with the game. I agree. Thank you for agreeing. RIP your sanity. Oh, that's yeah, that's long gone. Should have RIP'd that way long ago. I think whoever made this game just liked to hurt people. Like, could you honestly make this game in good conscience? Love watching this while I draw. I appreciate that. Hurt people, exactly. Although it doesn't really give them the right to. See, that's another reason though that I try to give people the benefit of the doubt in chat or in my comments. Because you never know what people are going through. People whom are hurt tend to hurt people. That's true. This is true. A lot of the time they don't even know they're doing it, that like they're just doing what they were taught to do. Yeah, I was hurt a while back. I acted like that kinda. I'm sorry to hear that, Hunter. Sorry, by the time I clarified the statement, you'd already shown you understood. No, that's okay. You don't have to apologize. I mean, it's still good to, you know, explain in chat for those that might not have heard that saying or didn't know what it meant. So it's understandable, yeah. This game seems to have a tragic story, but maybe it works out in the end. Yeah. I guess, in order to find out, I'm gonna have to actually finish the game, huh? I wonder what's at the end. Me too. But I don't know if I don't know if I'm gonna get there. What days do you stream normally? Normally it is Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I mean, there are some, like, I won't always stream on those days, but those are, or I won't always stream. Like, some weeks I might not stream as much, but those are the days on, like, if I do stream, those are the days when I would stream. Like, for instance, usually I stream on Saturday nights, but I don't think I'll be on this Saturday night because I've got a meeting at my modeling agency on Sunday morning, so I probably won't be streaming on Saturday night. But normally I do. And last weekend I wasn't streaming on Saturday because I had dinner with some friends. So it depends on what I have going on. But if I don't have something, then normally it's Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Hello, where can you buy this game from? On Steam. Let me check. I think that's the only place you can buy it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know 100%, but I think so. I mean, I know it doesn't have controller support, so I don't think it's on console. I mean, I know it's on Steam because that's where I'm playing it, but I don't know if you can get it on like Epic. Okay, so somebody made like a Fortnite mod for Only Up. Let me open Epic. So it's not on. So this game is not on console. I can tell you that. It's only on PC. The only thing I don't know for sure is what platform it's selling on, except for Steam. I know for sure it's on Steam. I don't, but I don't even. I'm sure there's more, but I don't even know any other like platforms other than Epic and Steam. Why are people with low subscribers the best streams? I don't know. I guess it's just hard to get noticed on platforms these days. Better be worth it at the end of the game. I sure hope so. I think they removed it from the store. Wait, from Steam? That can't be right, because I'm playing it on Steam right now. I know they had removed it from Steam for a while, but it's back now. Okay, it doesn't look like it's on Epic. So I think the only place you can get it is on Steam. Yeah, it is. The end of this game is worth it. I sure hope so. I just can't believe they made this so long without saving or any checkpoints. I mean, there's, you know, there is such a thing as game design, you know, like good game design. This isn't it. I mean, I have played other games where you can't save, but they're not crazy long like this one. Like you gotta have a balance. You can't just like make games willy-nilly and be like, yeah, that's a good game. No, there's a balance. You gotta have a balance between being easy and difficult. And above all, like, games are supposed to be fun. This game is just stress. True. I mean, I just think that this game had a lot of potential, like, but it just doesn't seem very finished. Like, I think it could be really fun if the controls worked, if you didn't have so many technical issues, if, like, those ice platforms, like, if they didn't start falling before I landed on them, like, that's a major issue to me. I'm a Burger King with my Burger Queen? What? In singing voice? What? I do love Burger King. I think I like McDonald's better, though. That would be fun. If this game was more polished, I agree. But it's also weird because I didn't have that problem last time. Like those ice platforms didn't start falling if I didn't land on them yet. I mean, the game's just like inconsistent. Nah, Red Robin. I think I've only ever been to Red Robin once, and I don't even remember what it was like. I don't think there's really a lot of those around me. I think there might be more Red Lobsters around me. I live where there's so many red robins, 0 lobsters. Huh. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I can't think of a red robin around me. I mean, there's a red robin around the airport, but I don't really live near the airport. But I love red lobsters. Me too. I mean, I think I have to by default because I'm from Boston and, you know, lobster is a really big thing up there. The lobster rolls. We're famous for our lobster rolls. They are so good. That's where I'm going on vacation. I'm going to Boston for vacation next week for my cousin's wedding. So maybe I'll go get a lobster roll there. I never ate lobster. Oh, really? You should try it. It's not, I mean, it's not for everybody. Like, some people don't like it, but how will you know if you never try it, you know? That's why I like to always try the weirdest thing on the menu. Because you never know if you don't like it. Some people won't even try certain stuff. I'm like, how do you know you won't like it? What? How did I not make that? I'm from California, but I moved. Oh, really? I'm from California too, but I wouldn't live there. It's way too expensive. Thanks for the help. I just bought the CD key from a website. Nice. It's good for your body. Lobster? Yeah, I think all shellfish is good for you generally. I think lobster is only not good for you when it's like cooked in a ton of butter. Yeah, that's true, especially with desserts. Or fried, yeah. Yeah, fried shellfish back home is also a big thing, like fried clams and fried mussels. Or I think not mussels so much, oysters maybe. Fried clams and oysters are like really big back home. I love fried clams. I love oysters too. I like raw oysters. Most people don't like them, I don't think, but I love raw oysters. But I don't know, I mean, I'm from Boston, so I grew up eating a lot of seafood. But then again, you know, my brother he also grew up in Boston, you know, and he doesn't really like seafood. He doesn't like a lot of stuff, though. I just like clams and stuff. Oh, really? I love clams. So you don't like shellfish? I mean, it's not for everybody. I guess you could say that of any food. That's why we have so much food in the world, you know? Like, I don't like spicy stuff. I don't like spicy stuff. There isn't a lot of stuff that I don't like. I like mostly everything, but I don't like spicy stuff. I don't like root beer. I don't like cooked salmon, like what I was talking about earlier in the stream. I don't like cooked salmon. Well, I mean, I guess I don't like hate it, but I don't really like it. I much prefer either smoked salmon or raw salmon, like the salmon you get with sushi. And I don't really like shredded coconut. I'll drink stuff that's like coconut flavor. Like if it's in a drink, I don't mind coconut so much. But I don't really like shredded coconut. And I've drank coconut milk, and like I like coconut milk. I just don't like the shredded coconut. Oh, I don't like Oreos. Well, I like the cream part of Oreos, but I don't like the cookie part. Okay, here's the thing about like Oreos and stuff. I don't like fake chocolate stuff. I don't like chocolate flavored stuff. But I love chocolate. But I don't really like chocolate flavored stuff. Like I'm not big on like chocolate ice cream and chocolate cake, because it's not like real chocolate. It's just like chocolate flavored. And I don't like the cookie part of Oreos, because it's like chocolate flavored. It's not like real chocolate. Same. I am resident to sour. It's sweet. I love root beer. I love shredded coconut. Oh, really? I love sour stuff too. I love warhead. You know the candy warheads? I love warheads. And like lemon candies and stuff like that. So you're like the opposite of me then. You don't like, or you do like Golden Freddy. Thank you for subscribing. You like root beer and shredded coconut. I also don't like birch beer, I think it's called, or sarsaparilla beer or something like that, because it tastes like root beer. Hello, Golden Freddy. Hello. Yeah, same. I can't really think of what else I don't like, though. I mean, I like most stuff. And I like a lot of stuff that other people don't like. But I also, like, I'm Chinese, and I grew up eating a lot of Chinese food. So I eat a lot of stuff that other people would find weird. Like, I eat chicken feet, which a lot of people are like, that's gross. But, I mean, it's something I grew up eating. So, you know, it's like, it's not gross to me. Like, it's Chinese food to me. Or when I was I went on a trip with my friends to Montreal and one time in this one summer, and we had dinner at this place where we had black sausage, and I really liked it. Which, if you don't know what black sausage is, it's like a blood sausage. I thought it was really good, honestly. But people think it's gross. But I guess it has to be, I guess it's only good in like sausage form. I don't know. Because if you ever watch Good Mythical Morning, which is one of my favorite YouTube channels. So if you don't know what they are, what that is, there are these two guys, Rhett and Link, who have been best friends since they were like 7. No, oh my god. They've been best friends since they were like 7 or 8. Golden Suit, thank you for subscribing. They're like 45 now, I think, but they started making all these videos. They were like one of the first big YouTube channels. And now they created like a whole business off of it called Mythical. But they do all these challenges. And some of the challenges, they do a lot of like food challenges. And one time they had to eat some like a cube of like pork blood or something. And one of them ate it and just like threw up. Do they have Chinese spaghetti? No, not really. I mean, they have noodles, which I guess is like the equivalent to spaghetti. But there is a Filipino fast food restaurant called Jollibee's, and they have a spaghetti dish. But in Chinese cuisine, no, they don't use spaghetti. Personally, I don't like beef at all. Really? Beef is like my favorite meat. I'm Irish. Oh, nice. So I would say that like beef, I think, is probably my favorite meat. And I like bacon and sausage, but I don't really like, and pork chops are okay. But I don't really like what is it? Like the pork tenderloins, I guess is what they're called. Don't really like those. And I'm okay with chicken. I don't like prefer it just because I think it just has like no taste. I mean, I like fried chicken. But with fried chicken, it's like it has a lot of flavors added to it. I think like chicken on its own like doesn't have any flavor. Like I like the flavor of like beef and pork and bacon and sausage. And I like rotisserie too. Well, I like chicken skin. But like chicken breast is like so bland to me. My stepdad makes homemade blood sausage and sausage. Oh, really? That's cool. Wait, where does he get the blood from? And do you like it? You have a control to play? What do you mean? A controller? To play this game? I mean, I have a controller, but this game doesn't have controller support, so you can only play it, like, it just doesn't allow a controller, so you have to play it with a mouse and keyboard. What kind of video? What do you mean? I love spaghetti. Me too. I tried Chinese food before. Oh yeah, did you like it? Yeah, that's why I really like rotisserie. Me too. Oh. Okay, what kind of name is that? Okay, listen. Listen, we only allow appropriate names in here. I don't know why you have that name. He gets it from the butcher. Wait, did you just change your name? From same hunter as always? All right, well, I'm going to request that you change your username because that could be triggering to some people. No, Spare, I don't know why it's this name. All right. Well, we're gonna ask that you change the name on that. That could be very triggering to people. So in the meantime, unfortunately, I will have to delete these messages just because of the name there. Rebecca, good news. Oh yeah, what's that? I discovered how to play this game with your controller. Oh, really? How? See, that's oh. Wait a minute. That is the Atlas statue. So wait, was that girl statue always there? Sorry, I mean it's alright. We just need to keep things extremely family friendly in here. So we don't allow swearing or anything that might be triggering to people or any kind of, you know, morbid jokes or anything like that. Or inappropriate usernames. I'm actually playing it with my controller. Really? Did you have to do anything for it though? Because like I couldn't, it just like didn't allow me with my controller. As controller OP, I feel like mouse and keyboard would be easier. I guess it depends on what you're used to, because like mouse and keyboard is really hard for me, but I grew up with playing stuff on a controller. Okay, yeah, I get it. I appreciate that. Try to press left shift and tab and you're going to see the option for the controller. Okay, I'm gonna try that when I get to a stop. But I mean, I can do a comparison if mouse or keyboard is easier. Because I mean, I don't really play stuff with a mouse and keyboard, but from what I heard, a mouse and keyboard is more precise, and that's why people like to play first-person shooter games with mouse and keyboard. Depends, yeah, but Rebecca, I think, is a player controller. Am I right? Yeah. Yeah, I think the only game I ever played with a mouse and keyboard was Witcher 1. Because that didn't have controller support either. But I mean, if it's better on mouse and keyboard, then... You know, like, I'm already having a lot of trouble with this game, so... I'm just gonna go with, you know, whatever is gonna be easier for me to get this game done. Yeah, that's kind of my reason as well. I mean, you could always try both and see whatever works for you better. I just don't really know a lot about playing with a mouse and keyboard because I just haven't done it a lot. But I was trying to play Escape Simulator last week with some friends, and I was using a controller, and it was pretty difficult. I mean, like, they allow controller, but I think it's just a lot harder. Like, the controls are just a lot harder. And then when I played Dave the Diver, I mean, I played that with a controller, but there was a certain point in the game where it was literally impossible to do one part of the game with a controller. Like, I had to switch to mouse and keyboard just for that part. Yeah, I prefer controller for driving simulators, for example, but for shooters, I prefer M and K. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard mouse and keyboard are definitely better for shooters, but I don't really play those, so not too much of a concern for me. Okay, left shift and tab. Controller settings? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me try it with my controller. Oh, look at that. It does support a controller. Yeah, personally, I was a player controller since I bought my first PC and then I changed. Yeah, it's in controller settings and try to plug in your controller. Huh. Okay, I don't know what the... I don't know what the controls are, though. It doesn't tell me. Okay, that's jump. Okay, so... what is this button? RT is slow-mo. Okay, what is this? RB is crouch. I think the triggers are for slow motion, yes. All right, let's see how this goes. I mean, it couldn't be any worse the way it's going now, so. Well, thank you for telling me about the controller. I appreciate it. Because I could not figure out how to use a controller on this game. Well, you know what? I think when I played The Witcher, I think it technically you could use a controller, but it just like wasn't very good for that. I just feel like for me, I just feel like it's a lot easier to control the camera with a controller, or maybe it's just what I'm used to. Being, you know, having grown up with playing stuff on a controller and not a mouse and keyboard. Do you like anime? I love it. I read manga and stuff. I don't dislike anime. I just don't watch it. Everybody keeps telling me I should watch anime, but I just haven't watched it. Which animes do you like? Okay. Now I gotta figure out how to... what button is walk. Also, I don't know what button is sprint either, so once I get on the boat, or I guess when I get off the boat, I'll try pressing some other buttons. Once I'm on a bigger platform, bigger area, where I can just press buttons and not risk falling. Okay, that's first person. Oh, okay, so left trigger is sprint. Well, what is walk? What? Really? Are you... Okay, did you see that? He fell through the boat. That was not my fault at all. Like... No, I know. That wasn't even my fault. This is one of the worst parts about this game, is that half the time it isn't even your fault. Like, he just falls through stuff. If you're trying to go into it, try Full Metal Alchemist. Anime, by the way. Okay, I've heard of that one. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the elevator. So, some of the models at my modeling agency also really like Attack on Titan. I think the best is to take the checkpoint. I agree. On Hulu? Oh, it's on Hulu? Okay, I have Hulu. Okay, but how stupid is it that, like, he just fell through the boat? Because that wasn't even me messing up. Yeah, it's gory though. Attack on Titan is gory. Oh yeah? Alright. Well, I guess it can't be any worse than, you know, like Mortal Kombat. Because there's like this animated Mortal Kombat movie, and it is so violent. Like, I was so surprised because I was like, okay, it's a cartoon. Like, I know it's Mortal Kombat, but I was like, it can't be that violent, but it's super violent. Oh my god, this game's ridiculous. See, like half the reason it's so hard is just because the game's broken. Full Metal is not gory. Yeah, Mortal Kombat is bloody. Yeah. I mean, I know the games are, but I wasn't really expecting the movie, not the live action movie. That was really violent also, but I would expect like the live action one to be violent, but not the cartoon one. This game is literally broken. It was made in like 2 days, so you expect bugs. That makes a lot of sense. But I mean, why? Like, why? Why would you release it like this? I just don't understand why you'd want your game to be broken. Like, if you're gonna make a game, at least in my opinion, if you're gonna make a game, you want it to be fun for the players. It was a last resort to save the company? Oh, really? I don't know if they tried that hard. You know, the first Final Fantasy game, that was also like a last resort. Well, okay, so the thing is about Final Fantasy is that, like, everybody thinks that it was Square as a company. Okay, so, little background. you know, Square Enix, which is the company that makes Final Fantasy, and they make other games too, but they are most famous for Final Fantasy. But back when they started, they were a little company called Square, and there's a misconception that Final Fantasy was Square's last resort because the company was failing and Final Fantasy was going to be their last game. However, really it was the guy who was he created Final Fantasy. That particular guy, that was his last resort. Like if that game didn't do well, then he was gonna go like off and do something else and not like make games. But it wasn't like to save the company. It was just this particular guy was like really fed up with making video games and like them not doing well, and he was like, okay, if this game doesn't do well, then I'm just gonna go do something else. And look at Final Fantasy now. And why did Final Fantasy turn into what it is now? Because they took the time with the first Final Fantasy to make it a good game. Maybe only Up could have gone the same way. They were panicking. I could see that. It shows. It shows in the game. Like the two guys from Cuphead. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Alright, now that we're on a bigger area. Okay, that's sprint. This is move camera, I guess? What is walk? Wait, oh, that's also sprint? Okay, what is this button? B. B is walk. Okay. Probably gonna stop talking in chat. Okay, you're gonna stop talking in chat. Restrictions until 9:05, so probably my last text, but I will be watching on my TV still. Okay, sounds good. I ride a bus, so I have to wake up early in the morning. Okay. I understand. Yeah, literally they mortgaged their house to complete the entire game, and that was the best decision. Now they are rich. Oh my god, wow. Yeah, that was a huge risk, but it paid off. I'm glad it worked out for them, though. I know, like, you know, people can't just go around risking it all the time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a risk. But I do think people need to take more risks in general. Like, you never know what will happen. Because, like, for those of you that don't know, I used to be on Twitch. And then I moved to YouTube a few months later. And that was a really big risk for my channel. Like, it was a big risk as a streamer, like a live streamer mostly. Because like, the majority of my content is live streams, right? And then I do shorts, and I do the podcast, and I do a few, like, long form videos here and there. But the majority of my content is from live streams. And so it was a really big risk as a live streamer to go to YouTube, because at the time, there were, like, very few people streaming on YouTube compared to Twitch anyway. And people thought I was crazy. People were like, you can't go to YouTube. Nobody watches streams on YouTube. Now everybody wants to come over to YouTube. Hi there, Rebecca and everybody. Oh, you're 4 try only up before your vacation. Yes. This is the 4th stream of only up. I didn't think it would take this long to do this game, but here we are. Yeah, but then you have almost the 1K subs. Keep going. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support and the encouragement. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm a YouTube partner. Technically, like, so for those of you that don't know, the requirements for YouTube partner are 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. But earlier this year, YouTube announced a lowered partner requirement where you could unlock the fan funding option. So, like, the memberships and the super chats, you could unlock those, but you still won't get ad revenue. So I don't have the ad revenue yet. But I'm still considered a partner. So I made YouTube partner, but I don't think, if I had stayed on Twitch, I don't think I would have made Twitch partner in the same time. Because YouTube doesn't depend on a live viewership metric. I mean, why would they? Because they're not just live streaming. So no matter how many people I get in my stream, this still all contributes to partner. I actually think it's easier to get YouTube partner than it is to get Twitch partner. It's not easier to get Twitch affiliate, but that's a really low bar anyway. So I don't think it doesn't take much. But I think it's actually easier to get YouTube partner. But everybody sees the requirements for YouTube partner and they immediately just bounce. They're like, no thanks, that's way too hard. I'm gonna stick to Twitch. But I actually think it's easier because to get Twitch partner, you have to get 75 average viewers in a month. And for YouTube, you need let's just say you're going for the lower partner. So you need 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. So even people like will still see that and they freak out. They're like, no, that's way too hard. But if you're a live streamer, I actually think it's easier because whenever you stream, whoever you get in your streams, that counts towards your partnership. Because let's take for instance Twitch, right? Like if you get the same 5 people in your stream, you always get the same 5 people in your stream. That's not gonna help you get to partner because you need 75 people. So if you have the same 5 people, you know, they can't count for any more people. But if you get the same 5 people coming continuously to your YouTube streams, that keeps adding to your watch hours, even when they're the same people. So you are rewarded for getting people to come back to your channel, no matter how many people that is. But on Twitch, you're only rewarded if you get a certain amount of people to come back to your channel. You're only rewarded with partner if you get 75 people coming back to your live streams on average. But I like that YouTube will reward even, you know, like the smallest live stream. If you get 1 person in your stream watching for 4 hours, that's another 4 hours for your channel. Yeah, the same feeling. I'm on Twitch, but it's hard to get 1 viewer. Yeah. It's hard for me to maintain 1 viewer because I don't notice when they come in. Yeah, and I just don't like the idea of depending on, like, being live. Because that's all Twitch is. That's all they have, is just being live. So I like having a platform where I don't feel like I have to be live all the time in order for people to get to my channel. Because they can watch my shorts, they can listen to the podcast, they can watch some of the other videos that I have, they can watch former live streams. Like, that's another thing about Twitch. Like, nobody watches anything that's not live on Twitch. So even though they have VODs on there and clips, nobody watches them. And I actually had a couple of friends, married couple, and they recently switched from Twitch to YouTube because they said that they were really sad because like Twitch only has your live streams stored for a certain amount of days, and on YouTube they're on there forever. You know, one good thing about business people in the entertainment industry is that they understand the value of retaining the loyalty of customers, but creatives often feel entitled to loyalty. So business people actually make the most of believing retention is automatic because they listen to creatives. Huh. Interesting. Creatives are often the good guys, but sometimes they can be narcissists. Sometimes. Yeah. I have noticed... So I have noticed with people that try to be more like of entertainment channels, they're more the kinds of people that kind of like promote this image of like, oh, well, streaming is just so wonderful and my life is so easy and I just get so much support from my community and my life is just so wonderful and easy. And they kind of promote this other like stuff of like, well, you don't need to make other content on anywhere else. You just have to go live and be yourself and people will just come to you. But I've noticed other channels that are more like education channels. And when I say education, I just mean like providing any sort of like information. Like, you know, you got a lot of like channels that are run by lawyers and doctors, and they do videos that are more informational. Or, you know, people who are like, okay, here's information on how to make a thumbnail. Here's information on how to grow your channel. Here's information on how to write a title. Those people are more like data driven, and they are more like, they're more likely to be like, okay, the numbers are important. Whereas I feel like entertainment channels, or the more creative channels, I guess I would say, they're more like, oh, the numbers don't matter, don't even look at them. You don't need to look at your analytics. And then as a result, like people get entitled to an audience. They're like, well, I created a channel and I went live, but so how come nobody watches me? And then they just do the same thing over and over, and they expect different results. And what's the definition of insanity? It's that. So even my channel, like I try to provide some information with my podcast. Like I try to get people, what I'm trying to do with the podcast is I'm trying to get people to think more critically and be more data driven about their decisions as a streamer. Because ever since I went to YouTube, I noticed a lot of people will just be like, yeah, but Twitch is the place for live streaming, so I'm just gonna stay there. And they just stop there. Like that, the thinking just stops there. And I'm like, we shouldn't be doing that. Like we should be thinking more critically about it. We should look at all aspects of everything. So just because YouTube is not known as like the place to stream, it doesn't mean it's a bad place to stream. Like maybe you don't get as many live viewers than if you are on Twitch, but let's say you get more offline views, like on your videos and your long form stuff and your shorts. Is that worth less because it's just not a live view? Like we should think about those things. Make the mistake not the most autocorrect. You and your autocorrect. Right. Yeah, I mean, I just like, because, you know, the only reason I thought about doing the podcast is because I got so many questions. When I went to YouTube, I got like so many questions about why I would go to YouTube. Like, why would you do that? Oh my God, YouTube's not the place for streaming. And then, I mean, you know, like I questioned myself too. I was like, okay, did I make the wrong decision? And then but I considered everything. Like I was like, okay, what are my priorities? My priorities are discoverability. I mean, that was like number one, discoverability. And then also like, where can I stand out? So another thing I hear people say about Twitch is like, oh, well, I want to stay on Twitch because they don't have, like, YouTube doesn't have any of those, like, chat features. They don't have, like, channel rewards, and they don't have, like bits and, like, all the stuff that Twitch has. And those are, like, I had to consider, like, okay, what's the priority for me? Because those things are very low priority for me. Like, before I got partner, I didn't have any of that stuff. I didn't have emotes. I didn't have super chats. I didn't have super thanks. I didn't have memberships. I didn't have any of that stuff. I just, like, talked to people. That's it. I didn't have commands in my chat. I mean, I could probably make some. I know some streamers on YouTube who, like, make their own little fun commands and make little games and stuff in their chats. But I didn't have that. I just talked to people. That's it. I just talked to people, and I, like, talked about the stuff I wanted to talk about that I found interesting, and played the games that I found interesting and talked about them. And to me, that's what you need to create a community. So I had to think about, like, what's more important to me. Why am I crouching? I don't want you to be crouching. What? How did he not jump further than that? I used to follow an anime YouTuber who decided he didn't like anime anymore. He picked up new fans, but they weren't the parasocial types he was used to, so they weren't loyal. If he didn't deliver the new content on time, they'd stop supporting him on Patreon. Oh, man. Yeah, that's another thing about being a content creator. Like, it's not as easy as people think it is. I think everybody wants to be a content creator these days, but I don't think people really want to be a content creator. People just want to be paid to do nothing. Like, they just want to be paid to play video games and film whatever they want to film and post it and get, like, millions of views immediately and get paid for it. That's what they want to do. They don't want to be a content creator. And I also think, hot take, I also think most people are just, like, not meant to be content creators. Here's another hot take. I don't think enough people are leaders of their channel. Like, I think when you create a Twitch channel or a YouTube channel, you are the leader of that channel, and you are the leader of that community, and you decide where that channel goes. So even if your community says they want something, you are still the leader. So you decide what's best for your channel. So I think that people let their communities dictate their channels too much. That's why I'm constantly hearing, like, oh, well, I want to go to YouTube, but my community wants to stay on Twitch. But if you feel that your channel is going to be better on YouTube, you should move to YouTube. It's like, I think we should be treating our channels like a business. Like, if I had a store somewhere and I had a small group of customers that came in regularly, but I was like, you know what, I'm not getting enough business here, and I found some other location that was further away, and I knew some of those people would not, come over to the new location, but I thought it was a better location to get more business, then I would do that. And nobody would question that. So it's like, why do we question when somebody decides to go to another platform, why do we question that? But then we wouldn't question it if somebody was doing it like as a business. Yeah, there's a balance between creative fulfillment and business logic. Exactly. And even in business data driven channels, like they still have to be creative because they're the ones that have to think of the content. Like on my podcast, nobody is feeding that information to me. Like I am the one that has to come up with the podcast episode ideas. I'm the one that comes up with the guest. I'm the one that comes up with the questions. I'm the one that has to figure out if, like, oh, are people going to be interested in this topic? I mean, I think my goal with the podcast really, like, literally the goal is just to get people to think. You know, because, like I said, I just hear too many times, like, yeah, well, I'm just gonna stay on Twitch because that's where people stream. And the thinking just stops there. And I'm like, okay, we should be thinking beyond that. But I mean, I naturally, as a person, I'm just like a very curious person, and I like to research everything. And I just feel like I, as a person, was more suited to content creation. Because, like, I researched so much stuff. I took the risk of going to YouTube. Like, I did all this stuff that, like, other people wouldn't do. But I think most people are, like, not meant to be content creators. Like, they just like the idea of it, but I think the majority of people are not, like, meant to be content creators. Okay, I cannot believe he just, like, fell through the boat last time. Like, I literally was just, like, running around on the boat, and he fell through the boat. So, does that, like, so then I'm at risk of that bugging out everywhere. So if I'm just, like, running around on the surface, I am at risk of him just falling through the ground. PewDiePie managed to retain loyal fans while changing his content, but it happened organically. He didn't reject and denigrate his old audience while expecting them to follow. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there's, like, people always say this. Like, people are always like, well, you need to do what you're passionate about. And people think that's what they're doing, but they're not really doing it. Like, so you need to, like, you should be yourself. Because that's what people will want to see. And they'll follow you wherever if you're yourself. But I think most people are not, like, passionate enough about content creation to actually do it. Like, they just want to, they want to get paid to, like, do nothing. Is that a KC jersey? It is. Did you watch the game? No, I didn't. See, that bird just went through the building. This game is so broken. Okay, see, what, like, how is it that he can't just run over there? Like he was getting stuck. It makes no sense. Hi, Brad. Sorry I argued with you about sirens being bird women or not. Okay, but see, Francisco, the thing is, though, like, neither of you were wrong. Really? Good memory, no worries. See, the thing is, though, Francisco, neither of you are wrong because they were both, I mean, they've been described as both, like, harpies and then also, like, mermaid people. Mermaid-type people. So you're both correct. See, but the thing is that in the Odyssey, like, Homer never actually said what they looked like. Like, we just made it up. We were just like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Like, they're that. So we don't actually know what Homer imagined them to look like. He just said they were like monsters that appeared as like female. And they lured... Oh, no! They lured sailors with their songs. I hate this game. You know, speaking of that conversation, though, it is very interesting that Ricardo told us that there's no word for mermaid in Spanish, so they call them sirens. So the Little Mermaid is actually the little siren in Spanish. But, like, could you imagine if, you know, like, in the US? Because, like, siren has a negative connotation to it. So imagine if it was, like, released in the US as, like, the little siren. I would be like, what? Is this like a monster movie? The physical description may not have even mattered all that much since it seems mostly like an allegory to people, sailors in particular, losing focus and falling to drunken women, etc. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess that may be why he didn't actually put a description. like having descriptions of things, you know? Okay, I'm pretty sure that it's the smaller platforms that will break. Well, that one might fall. No, that fell right away. Right away. Are you serious? He just, like, bounced off. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just, you know, so he'll just bounce off of stuff. I don't understand this game because those platforms don't break. They didn't break so easily last time. Like they gave me a second before they fell, but that one just fell immediately. I mean, I'm using a controller now, so maybe it was better with the mouse and keyboard. The game is janky, but maybe the dev is young. He or she has potential at the very least. That's true. I mean, this is a very extensive game with a lot of objects in it. I mean, like, I couldn't make this game. I don't even know. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna resume that. I don't even know who this was made by. SCKR Games. I've never heard of them. I mean, the graphics are actually pretty good. Like, I like all the textures and colors of everything. I don't have any complaints about the graphics. So, I mean, I still haven't gotten as far as I did last time. I don't know how anyone manages to, like, get up here without the elevator. I don't know how anyone manages to finish this game, actually. I do like that it drops you off at the winner's circle. Oh, that's weird. So depending on where I move the camera, the music or the sounds, I don't know what that is. I guess we're getting near the Heaven's Gate thing. The sound is different. So if I go a certain way, I can't hear it anymore. A really long skeleton. Like, what animal did this skeleton come from, you know? I'm gonna have to watch some speed runs of this game. Because some people have done a speed run of this in like 20 minutes. And I'm like, how? Oops, I did not mean to make this first person. First person is even scarier. Hi, Rebecca. In this game, how does one know when the top is reached? I have not found that answer myself, but I think you'll know. I mean, there is an end. So, I mean, you know, when you just can't go up anymore, then, you know, then you reach the top. You know, you reach the top. I know that there's an ending to this, though. Like, it's not like you just make as much progress as you can and it just keeps going and going. And it's like a procedurally generated game. It's not like that. There isn't a top. The game will certainly let you know when you get to the top. So I still have all that way to go. And I think you can, like, when you look up there, you can see how much you have left. I remember back in the day, like a whole 4 streams ago, when I first started this game and I couldn't even get through the pipes. Now we're trying to jump on tiny books in the sky. We've come a long way, but there's still much to be done, and you're doing all the work. That's right. That's right. I do all the work. You guys do nothing. See, this is the difference between me and other channels, right? Other channels are always like, "Oh, my community is so wonderful. I would do anything for my community. My community is everything to me. They're the only reason my channel exists, and I love my community so much." Whereas I'm over here being like, "You guys do nothing." I'm like, "I do everything. You do nothing. You just sit there and you do nothing." Was that... Okay, seriously, was that girl statue always there? I don't remember her. I don't do well with heights, cannot help out much here. Me neither. I mean, I don't really understand how people are not afraid of heights, though, you know what I mean? Because shouldn't we all be afraid of heights? Because I feel like that would be a basic survival instinct. I wouldn't say I have like a phobia of heights, but I don't really... I mean, it's not like I enjoy them. Like, if I am really high up and there's no safety measures in place, then I get pretty nervous. Okay, like when I was at Horseshoe Bend, there are no... I'll show you a picture. There are no, like, safety things. Like, there's no rails or anything. So I wanted to get a picture as close to the edge of Horseshoe Bend as I could get, but I like couldn't get that close to the edge because I was like, okay, that's scary because I could fall. And I think there have been incidents of like somebody falling there and dying. before. Okay, this is when I was at Horseshoe Bend. And that's how close I got to the edge. That's like the closest I could get without freaking out. Some people are excessively afraid of heights, but your fear is rational. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't have like a phobia, but I don't like that. I mean, I don't think we should like not be afraid of heights, you know what I mean? Like we should be a little bit afraid of heights. We want to stay alive. Like I wouldn't do this in real life. I wouldn't climb this far up in real life. Oh, I guess if I knew I had no fall damage, I would. That is pretty scary, isn't it? And okay, hold on. Let me look, because I remember there was like a model or influencer or something, and she was doing yoga by the very edge, and she got criticized a lot for that because it would encourage other people to like go straight to like right at the edge and start doing like crazy stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, well, this article is not about Horseshoe Bend, but this one's about the Grand Canyon. People are still going dangerously near the canyon's edge despite recent deaths. So people do it at the Grand Canyon too. Maybe it wasn't at Horseshoe Bend. Howdy, Applejack. Hello, how are you? Oh, it was at Zion. It wasn't at Horseshoe Bend. Influencer shamed for dangerous yoga stunt at Zion National Park. Although I've been there too. So the picture was removed, but she got very heavily criticized. A social media influencer has been shamed after sharing a video of herself posing on the wrong side of a cliffside safety barrier. The woman can be seen executing a yoga ballerina pose before climbing back over, then sitting on the rock with her legs dangling over the edge. So I guess Instagram removed the picture, so I can't show it. But yes, I mean, she was criticized a lot for that because it was going to, I mean, she was an influencer. She's going to influence other people to get too close to the edge and possibly hurt or kill themselves. I went to the Grand Canyon in March and it was snowed in and very low visibility. Oh man. I went to the Grand Canyon, this was like a few years ago, but I think it was in winter. It was so cool. Like, pictures don't do it justice. I wish I had a video of my reaction to the Grand Canyon. I understand why. Yeah, I mean, if there's no safety measures, like there's no guardrails or safety measures in place, then you have to be your own safety measure, you know? We don't want to die. We want to live. So when that article came out about Zion, I saw the picture, so I wish I could have shown it, but I guess Instagram removed it. due to dangerous influencing. Which just brings up a whole other issue, I guess, of doing anything for the content. I mean, I get that people have to have content, but we should put limits. Why is he not moving? So, you know what I don't like is like prank content, because so often they will end up just like really mean, and then like, or very dangerous, and then it's just like, oh, it's just a prank, bro. But I just don't like prank videos because you're making strangers like feel uncomfortable or embarrassed, like for what? For content? Like, I don't like that. Like, you ever see that show Impractical Jokers? And if you haven't, it's just a show about a group of guys that pull pranks on each other and strangers. I mean, I think there's such a thing as harmless pranks, but I don't like some of the things they do with strangers. I don't really like it. So there was one that I really didn't like, where so like at the end of the episode, if they have to do these certain challenges, and whoever loses at the end of the episode, they have to do something like embarrassing. So they, like, one time one guy lost the episode, so he had to go out to, I forgot what it was like some kind of theater or show or something, and he had to like do what the other guys told him to do and say. So there were like a few women sitting in some seats, and the other guys told him like, okay, go tell those girls that they're in your seat, but like be really rude about it. So he goes up to them and he's like, you're in my seat, get out. And they're like excuse me? And he's like, I said that you're in my seat, get out of my seat. And then they were like, okay, let's check the tickets. And he was like, no, I told you that you're in my seat and you need to get out immediately. I'm like, what? Okay, so these women are like just not, they're doing nothing. They're living their best life. They're waiting for this show to start. And then some stranger comes by and is an asshole to them for no, like, they don't know it's a prank. So now you're making them feel uncomfortable, and you're just being an asshole to them because what? Because it's a prank, bro? Like, I don't like that. I think some of the other stuff they do on Impractical Jokers isn't like as bad as that, but that's a good example of why I don't like the like prank stuff. Like, I don't like that like people are making other like strangers feel like embarrassed or uncomfortable for a prank. I think if it was like one of their friends, that's different, but these are strangers that don't know you. They don't know it's a prank. And you're just being an asshole to them for no reason. They're like, oh, like, get out of my seat. Like, he was like, get out of my seat. I mean it now. Alright, so I guess I'm not allowed to run around on the boat or else I'll just fall through. I have been playing for almost 3 hours in the stream, and I have gotten nowhere. See, that's one of the like most frustrating things about this game, aside from everything, is that you like get nowhere. Like you play for 4 hours, and if you don't reach the top, you just have accomplished nothing. Nothing. I do like this little jaunt they have playing. Little jaunty music. The Borat movies did a lot of that stuff. Sasha would beg people to say offensive stuff, and one time in 100 they'd oblige him just to get him to leave. Then he'd edit it to make people seem worse than they are. Oh, really? I have never seen Borat. But if he's just straight up like, hey, can you say this for me? That to me is like not as bad. Because at least the person is just like, oh, okay, well this guy is just like asking me to say stuff. But if you literally have like no idea what's going on and you're just like somebody's just embarrassing you or making you uncomfortable, like, oh, because it's a prank, bro. Like, I don't like that. I mean, I don't really like that concept either, but I think it's at least somewhat better because at least the person knows, like, okay, this person's like asking me to say something weird, and I'm not doing it on my own. It's just like some person who's like wants me to say it. I think it's like the like not knowing what's going on is really like the bad part. Like, so you're just doing it for like you're making them uncomfortable and you're being an asshole to them for just like no reason. And when they don't even know like that's what's going on. I don't remember yesterday. Oh yeah. May want to have some memory tests done. They didn't know they were going to be in a huge movie, so this will follow them forever, but Sasha was great in Talladega Nights. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, even if they didn't know they were going to be in a movie, like, they still at least knew, like, okay, somebody's, like, is, like, asking me to say this for whatever reason. But, you know, in that scenario in Impractical Jokers, where that guy was just, like, yelling at those women to get out of his seat, like, they just thought it was, like, a guy who was just, like, harassing them. Oh, so now the platforms aren't falling at all? This makes no sense. So how come none of those fell? Like, I'm extremely confused. I didn't say that in yesterday's streams, so you remember 2 days ago. As the French driver. I have not seen Talladega Nights in so long. I don't even remember that. Oh man, the vertigo. Oh boy. Just everything about this game is pretty ridiculous. Also, hi, Just the Gems, how are you? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, that's horrible. I didn't hear that story because I clicked away a second ago. I just caught the end. Oh, okay. I mean, I could tell it again if you want. So, I mean, you know what? I'll just go ahead and tell it again. So, because I like talking about this because I like criticizing things. But, okay, so and also for anyone who, like, just joined and didn't hear this before, so I was talking about how I don't really like prank content. I don't really like prank videos because I don't like that, like, people are being made to feel uncomfortable or embarrassed for, like, oh, it's just a prank, bro. Like, so in Practical Jokers, they do that a lot. I mean, I think most of what they do isn't that bad, but there was this one time where there was a guy who, like, had to do whatever the rest of the group told him to do and say. He had, like, a earpiece, and they would, like, tell him to do things or say certain things. And so they had him go into, like, a show or a theater somewhere, and they were like, okay, go up to those women and tell them that they're in your seat, but, like, be rude about it. So he goes up to them, and he's really mean to them. He's like, get out of my seat, you're in my seat. And they're like, no, I think these are the correct seats. And he's like, no, you're in my seat, get out now. And he just keeps doing that to them, and I'm like, I don't like that. Like, they were just living their best life, and some guy just comes in and starts being an asshole to them randomly. Oh, so we could have a prank? Like, I don't like that. Sure, well, I was gonna tell it anyway, whether you agree to it or not. But he just like kept saying like they like the guys on, like, in, you know, telling him what to do, they would be like, oh, do it again, like, tell them they're in your seat again. And he'd like say it, he'd have to say it again, and he'd be like, I really don't want to do that, and they'd be like, no, you have to do it. And then, like, at the end, they were like, okay, so now pretend like you realize, like, oh, you had the wrong seat after all, and like, don't apologize. So he was just like, oh, well, these are my seats. But then he didn't apologize to them. So I'm like, okay, so these women have no idea what's going on, and some guy started coming up to them and being a complete asshole to them, and then didn't even apologize. Oh, but it's a prank, bro. So yeah, like, I don't like that kind of stuff. Yeah, not a fan of joking at someone's expense like that. Right, like, I mean, it's different if it was a friend and you know they would find it funny. Like, I don't even like it when it's done to people that they know, but, like, because you don't know, you know, you don't know what level of pranks people are comfortable with. And if you do it to somebody that you know won't like it, like, that's a dick move. But then, especially if you do it to a stranger, like, I really don't like that. Yeah, that's emotional abuse. Just because it's a stranger doesn't make it fun. Yeah. In fact, it makes it worse. Because you don't know, like, you also don't know what kind of thing they're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they're on the spectrum and they don't really understand social cues. and maybe they would get like embarrassed even easier than somebody who is neurotypical. Like, you don't know. You just never know. I'm just like really sensitive to the fact that we don't know what kinds of like things people have gone through, or what kind of like maybe like communication disorders that they're dealing with. Like, we just never know what, you know, what made somebody a certain way. Rebecca, I remember yesterday's stream, time was something, I'm not going to say it. Wait, time was something? We don't know what those women have been through. Exactly. They could have finally gotten to meet after losing loved ones following the pandemic, and then had a reunion and in tears later that evening. Exactly. But Impractical Jokers did it for the show, you know, like, and I'm like, I don't like that. Like, there are so many other kinds of shows that you could make that doesn't involve embarrassing strangers or making them uncomfortable for your show. Okay, we got a little bit further. Grr, I might have to turn off power. Wait, why would you have to do that? Okay, the first time I was here, I got lost. And also these little platforms were really hard to see because they're like see-through, literally. But I think this is the right way, because I went to that staircase that's directly straight, and then I went to the other staircase, and then I think like neither of them were the right way. And then I was looking around and I finally saw these platforms that were like super hard to see. I care about you, Rebecca. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I care about you too. Care about everybody here. Unless, of course, you disagree with me. So the first time I went on this, I didn't notice that this was a plane. Which, I mean, I can see it now, but like the first time I was just so concentrating on trying to get up. I don't think I might care about you. About me? Well, that's rude. Okay, I'm just gonna go slow-mo here because I can't really see the path. I think I see it, but I'm not 100% sure. No! Oh, oh, oh! Oh, no! I just barely missed it. Oh my god, where am I? I could never play this game. I am thinking about not playing it ever again. I just don't like not finishing games, though, you know? Freddy, you better say sorry to Rebecca right now. Yeah! See, how is it that before all of these ice platforms were falling, but now none of them are? I mean, I'm trying to stick to the bigger ones, but still, definitely some of those ones I jumped on were falling last time. Imagine if ice physics. Imagine if any physics. Like there's no way a giant snow globe should be in the sky. Inconsistent, janky programming, yeah. Yeah, I guess that has been a common theme in this game. But still a good game concept and perfectly realized. I agree. I do like the concept a lot. I think it had a lot of potential. And I do like all these, like, things that you climb and jump on. Oh my god. Not sure what oranges have to do with, like, the ice area. It would have been better if they were like popsicles or something. And what is this thing? Do I have to say sorry to you? I mean, no, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. It's your life. AAA games tend to be buggy too. They definitely can be, but not quite as much as this. This is on a different level. Fine, I'm sorry, Rebecca. It's okay. It's okay, Withered Freddy. Cyberpunk? See, I wanted to play that, but I heard about all its issues and I just never ended up playing it. I think they fixed a bunch of stuff, though. At least I would hope so. Is Cyberpunk fixed yet? I still haven't played it. Me neither. I'm not sure. I think I heard that they fixed a bunch of stuff, but I'm not sure. I mean, I would hope so, considering it was like pretty well known that it was like really glitchy. Rebecca, you'd be so kind to wind my box. I'm doing my performance. How do I do that for you? The Cyberpunk anime made the game popular again and was discovered to be much improved with a lot of help from the modding community. Ah. There was a Cyberpunk anime? I didn't know that. I have it on PS5, so no mods for me. Ah. On Netflix, it's a banger. Huh. I'll have to check it out. I need to take off my Halloween costume? What? Halloween? Halloween's like more than a month away. PS5 might be fixed too. The problem was trying to put it on old consoles. Oh. I'm sweating, can't tell if just hot or the gameplay. Yeah. Maybe both. I know, this is like nerve-wracking. But imagine what it's like for me, okay? No, I pressed jump. I pressed jump. I agree. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so... But also at that point, I have to do a sprint jump there. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, because my jump didn't register. I can never with this game. I would actually need therapy after. Yeah. Yeah, I am 100% with you. I don't think you should start playing this game. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not good for your health. Use crank to widen my box. It makes me smile. What? I don't have access to your crank. Sounded weird out of context. Sus. Don't worry, Rebecca. I wind up his box. Okay, sounds good. Oh my god. I cannot think of a game that has stressed me out more than this one. No, actually, I don't need a crouch for this. Okay, I know doing slow-mo all the time is not necessarily the most interesting, but we're doing what it takes to get to the top. Just like in life. Okay, you know, another thing about this game is that it, like, hurts my hands because I have to, like, keep my hands so... I mean, they're just... My hands are all tensed up from trying to just get through the game. Slow-mo makes me nervous. It's, well... I guess it might look worse on, like, a viewer's end, but on... in the, you know, the controller's end, the player's end, it's much less scary. Because you just have a lot more control. If I'm just running around all willy-nilly, that's so much scarier, because I'm like guaranteed to fall off. Big jump. Oh my god. Alright, well, I finally made it over. My hand. My hand is cramping, Mrs. Puff. How did those dogs even get up here? There, Freddy, your box is wound up. Hope you're happy, Freddy. Okay, so last time, I think this is almost where I made it back to last time. Because last time I made it the furthest I've ever made it, which was to this area with a bunch of like Asian like temples and decorations and stuff. But I didn't know where to go in that area. Like I made it to a section where I didn't know where to go. I just like made a guess on where to go and it was wrong and I fell. I mean, if the helicopter could do this, then why doesn't it just carry me to the top? See, I think this game, it did have a lot of potential. I think the areas that you go through, I really like that they make them themes, like that whole ice area. And then there was that like whole area that was like heaven and the Jesus statue. I really like that they like make these like themed areas. Oh my god, the lucky cat. I love lucky cats. I have like 3 of them on my desk right now. I would love one this gigantic. This bridge is so scary. Look at those dumplings. That would feed me for like a week. I mean, just like one of those would feed me for like a week. What is this? Ooh, that looks good. They definitely got the Chinese food down. That looks like authentic Chinese food. I can sound like bee buzz. What? Okay, this area was really hard for me to figure out where to go. Okay, so I remember I jumped up on the lanterns. I think this way? Yeah. Okay. I mean, that direction seems like a dead end. Okay. Buzz you to Fred. It can be tricky, Rebecca. What can be tricky? Oh, right. I climbed on this, which I guess that's like a cookie. I don't know why they decided to make that a cookie to climb on. Okay, now I remember. I did go this way. Okay, I definitely think this way. Because it's going up. I mean, I always did say one good thing about this game is that there's a very simple objective. Like, you know you have to go up. So if you get stuck, you just have to look for the way up. Oh, am I supposed to go that way? That's a very large jump. Do I just walk over these? Okay, so I think I tried to go this way last time. But then I got stuck. Oh, but you know what? There is a way that way too with the cranes. Or I could take the bridge. I don't have funny face, sorry. Funny face? I mean, it's alright, considering I can't see you. Let's try the bridge. Nice. Okay, what is happening? Okay, I guess I might have to jump these. I guess they couldn't give me a break and just let me run up the bridge. No. Why are you doing that? Okay. He literally just did that for no reason. He just like climbed up on the side for literally no reason. That's the worst thing about this game, is that this stuff happens outside of your control. Wait, what? Where am I supposed to go now? There's nowhere for me to go. Oh my god. So this is just a dead end? It's like a maze? Yeah. So I guess I was supposed to go that way with the cranes. Oh my god. Are you serious right now? Freddy, she does have funny face. I can make funny faces. Oh my god. Wow, I actually didn't land that far. Okay, do it makes me laugh. Like any funny face? Prove it, I'm staying in my box. Prove what? That I can make a funny face? So, I'll give you the face that I did for... Okay, so when I started streaming, I posted a picture on Instagram before my very first stream ever. I posted a picture on Instagram, and I did this. That was my picture. What? How? 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 Honestly. Cool, funny face. Thank you. Also, permanently in my Instagram. And my caption was like, do you want to hear me talking nonstop? Cool, me too. Then come join my stream. And that was when I was on Twitch. So, when you're on Twitch, you have to constantly promote yourself. Since the algorithm doesn't do it for you, there's no discoverability. So when I was on Twitch, I constantly had to like make all these posts and stories and stuff, being like, oh, come watch me on Twitch, and spam my links on Twitter. Because that's literally the, when you're on Twitch, that's the only reason that anybody like will find you. I love you guys. Oh, we love you too. How are you making out? Lumberjack Samurai? Oh my god! 1 month since you've been a member? That means 1 month since I made partner. Because you joined like as soon as I became partner. Thank you for the 1 month, Lumberjack Samurai. And I just released my members only video too today. So that's good timing. Also, I'm not making out well at all. I hate this game. I hate this game and I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good mentally with this game, Ellis. It flew by, I know, right? It's probably my anniversary, my membership anniversary with you too. I hope gift memberships come. I mean, honestly, who thought of this game? Like, who was like, you know what would be really fun for people? If we made a game where they couldn't save and there was no checkpoints, and the littlest mistake, you have to start over. Yeah, that'll be really fun for people. Look at that sadist. Like, was like, yeah, this game is a good idea. Who? What gift membership? The gifted membership you can do on YouTube. The setup tour video was great. I like seeing behind the scenes stuff. Thank you, I appreciate that. And you did get a bonus Jax. I don't think he was there the whole time, though. I think he ran off while I was filming some of the other parts of the desk. Good question. I mean, I just feel like we play games to have fun, right? Like we play games to have fun. It's not to slowly have mental breakdowns and lose our sanity. So, you know, you have to wonder. You have to wonder, like, what kind of person decided this game was a good idea? So, Lumberjack Samurai, how's Starfield? right, well, we made it back to the helicopter, so there's that. Okay, so I kind of saw where to go in the next section. I thought I could take the bridge up, but it's like a dead end. But like, I think if they're gonna put in dead ends, like especially this high up, you should have an easier way to get back. Like, I mean, this game is like insanely unforgiving. Like even I, who is like, if you've ever spoken to me or ever watched one of my streams, you know I am like a pretty critical person who is not very forgiving, and even I am like, this game was like made by a sadist. So if I am like, this game is like too unforgiving, then you know that like this game is like crazy unforgiving. Oh, this is cute. A little bamboo grove over here. I think for the most part, you know, things are designed pretty well. Like the plane down there, like everything is really cool looking. Like everything looks really good. It's just a soul-crushing game. I have never been so depressed about any game in my entire life. Those dumplings are making me hungry. Where do you find such giant dumplings anyway? And the giant steamer. Like, where does one find those? I agree, me too. I appreciate the agreement. Okay, so I also said this before, which I still think is true. Wow, there's a giant koi fish right there that I didn't notice before. I mean, these types of game, but this game in particular, like, I guess, it's, you can like very clearly see how your progress is, right? Because you get a little further and further each time. You learn which ways to go and which ways not to go. I've been tickled before. Oh yeah, I think we all have been tickled before. Can't think of anybody who wouldn't have been tickled, especially as babies. People love tickling babies. Oh, okay. I guess we could climb that, sure. Well, for animatronic, I've never been tickled. Yeah, I guess it would be weird to tickle an animatronic. I don't even think you're allowed near most animatronics. Apparently, when I was a kid, I was scared of the animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese. This also makes you wonder, like, did this even go through any kind of, like, play testing or QA? Because I just had to get something at work QA approved, and let me tell you, QA goes through every single tiny little detail. Okay, so we're gonna go this way instead. We gotta find a way up to those cranes. Where do they start? Okay, they start over there. Just fell into it. That's cool, too. Okay, we gotta find a way to get up to the top of there. You weren't scared by me, were you, Rebecca? Well, in the Five Nights at Freddy's games, yeah. I was so scared of all the animatronics. Although, I didn't play them myself, because I was too scared to play. Just watch Markiplier play them. Alright, so I see some stuff I can climb on. You know what? I think I did that last time, actually. I remember the ninja stars. Okay, I remember climbing these. No, get back on there. Okay, so I remember climbing the ninja stars, but I don't remember figuring out that those giant cranes were the way to go. So I think that's where I got stuck last time and fell off. So I tried to go some other way. Because I definitely didn't figure out the cranes. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. No, I did go on here. Where did I get stuck last time? That looks really good. Yeah, I climbed up here this last time. I did figure out where to go. So why was I stuck last time? Oh my god. Okay, so I don't remember making it this far. Oh my god. I'm really late to the live. That's okay. You can show up anytime. That tickles Rebecca? What? I haven't even had a chance to tickle anyone. Okay, I definitely never made it this far. See, I make progress and then what do I get rewarded with? This? Okay. I'll always be your best friend. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I guess I gotta go up on the feathers. Those don't look like they'll hold my weight. Okay. I guess it's time to implement the slow-mo. What is that blue stuff? I gotta get going to bed because it's 10:38 for me and I need to wake up at 6 a.m. Good luck. Alright, Death Hour. Good night. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you. I'm gonna need it. No. I don't want you to do that. I'm staying? Okay, sounds good. I mean, if you can walk on the side here, that's fine. Why is it going black and white? Oh my god, what is that? Why did it make that noise? This is impossible. I know. I know. That's why I was like, what kind of sadist decided to make this game? Okay, I don't know why it went all dark and that scary noise was made. What are these coins? I mean, I'm pretty sure the top is like right there. I mean, there's nothing else. There's nothing else above that. Is this a flashlight? Why did it go black and white? It's really weird. I guess that's just the theme of this area. Oh my god, what? What? Oh, this doesn't go anywhere? Okay, so now I just like went into the belly of a whale. Oh my god. So it just drops you. Oh, okay. You know how easily you could have fallen there? I bet that was a rage moment for so many people if they hadn't caught on to that thing. It's really weird that it just goes from black and white to color. No! No, why didn't he grab onto that? No joke. Okay, well, you know... Actually, I guess I didn't fall that far. But I don't know if there's a way back. Like, sometimes you land on these little areas, but they don't, like, give you a way to actually get back. Hmm... Okay, I guess I didn't go too far. But it is getting really late. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna do this. What I am thinking though is maybe I'll just leave my computer on since I've gotten so far. Because it's getting really late and I do need to let Jax out. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Okay. I think I'm gonna end stream here, but I'm going to just leave my computer on and just start from here because I do not want to keep starting over. Like, that's just ridiculous. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I'll be back tomorrow night. We'll see if I can finish it up then. Especially considering I'm just gonna start here. And then if I don't finish it, I don't know if I'll be on Saturday night because I have a meeting early on Sunday. with my modeling agency. So if not Saturday, then I'll be back Sunday. But if I do finish it tomorrow night, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'll stream again until after my vacation. But I do want to do a new like solo podcast episode before vacation. So hopefully I'll get that done. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Great stream. Thank you, Francisco. GG. Thanks, Adewale. All right, guys. I will see you in the next one. Have a good night.